Okay, here we are again, and again, and again. And I just finished this painting of the Maria Synol. It is a famous Bauta stain on the Avaldsnes Church in Norway, in Karmøy, Norway, my home Iceland or island or by Haugesund. I painted it from this photo, which I took last summer, and I painted it on this canvas, 70.7 centimeters, and as you can see here, I have tried to build as good as I can all these different textures and stuff to make it come alive, make it into a more 3D rendition of it. Of course, the colors in the photo and the colors in the canvas are very different. It is not because the colors is so different in reality. It's actually because my camera is kind of picking up the colors very differently from filming a photo or filming actually paint. So yeah, this is how it turned out, and I hope you watched the whole thing. It's kind of a long video again, but if you want to learn how to paint, I guess you have to kind of see or hear or listen to these long videos. I don't know. My idea anyway. So, see you there. See you next. By the way, you will also find hyperlinks and chapters in the description. So check that out, and remember to go to my Patreon and sign up for $1.05 if you want to support my channel. That would be amazing. So check out the hyperlinks or the chapters in the description. Okay. So, another day, another painting. I'm going to paint this. It is the side of the church in Karmøy, Avaldsnes Church, where the Vikings used to live. And that Bauta stain is one of the famous things in Karmøy, or in Viking land. It is, I don't know, no idea why it stands there actually. Maybe they just built a church around it or whatever. But the myth was when this Bauta hit the church wall, doomsday would appear, and the sinners would go to hell, I guess. So the priests used to, when it kind of fell in a little bit because of gravity, they used to climb up and chop off some pieces of it to avoid that judgment day came into play. It's quite funny, actually. So simple-minded, really, to believe that something like that could actually work. I'm going to paint on this canvas. It's 70.70 centimeters big, and I will do it in a more impressionist style and try to keep it open, so you just watch me paint, and yeah. Okay, voila, here we go. So I'll just start with trying to get this right. I see it is a little bit to the left, and then the shadow comes down there, so it kind of balance out the composition. I will just mark it as I usually do, with approximately where I think it is, and I'm going to do the positive. Let me see, it is almost up there, I think. Almost all the way up. Then it goes out like this. This thing goes out. And I guess it goes all the way down here, I think. Approximately. always a little bit difficult to know exactly, but I think that would be maybe a little bit too thick. Yes. I think also it's going to be lower down actually. I'm kind of tricked myself here. But as you know, I will go back and forth on this many times, and just so I get an approximately sketch. I start basically in the same way as I do in my figure paintings. I just start out by placing things. You know, the shadow is here. There's the window. It's going to be difficult actually because kind of have that shape. The stones and stuff going down like this here, and kind of try to get it right. But the good thing about with oil paint is that you can just keep on moving things around. And the shadow goes through the whole window thing there. It's down like this. You know, when I start on the face, I usually find some spot. Usually I do it here then, because the face, but here. Now the face is there in a way, and so I will try to get some light in here, and from here shadow comes like this. Away. I love the shadow. The reason why I chose this was the shadows that hits the wall there. It gives me the possibility to kind of build it in colors and contrasts. I'm a sucker for contrast, as you might have understood. It is my thing. I'm just going to fill in. It's easier for me to see if I actually fill in the surroundings. Because there's so much light around it, and the other things are in the shadows here. So I'll just go crazy with some thick colors. And build some of the plaster feeling. They actually restored this church, and I think they did overkill because they kind of plastered over a lot of the beautiful stones. And then it's sad, really, because they also do the other things like removing a door that had bullet holes from the Second World War, and because the English were flying over and shooting at it, believing it was they have actually covered it up because it was a landmark. It was that or tearing it down actually, so they decided to cover it up, but it probably looked like a weapons depot. So the English came over and shot on it, and there were bullet holes and traceful bullets in the, even inside there were bullet holes in the stone wall, and as I understood they kind of restored it all away, which is actually sad. I said I told you this in the church in the other video. So. It's gonna be fun, you know, just a little bit different. It was a beautiful morning, so this is a morning shot in a very low sun. I was kind of waiting for the right moment there. I think it came out pretty nice, actually, photo. These photos I just took with my mobile telephone, so it's not kind of art photo in sense when I use film and take with film. Now you see that the canvas color, I just leave it open, so the shadows are basically here ready. So I don't have to do it twice. Okay, I'm just gonna, I don't want this video to be like 10 hours long. I will try to kind of keep it short. Maybe do 10-minute segments instead of these half-hour segments. And so make it shorter. I find so many figures on it. The shadows looks like figures on the wall. This is just for kind of for starters, you know. I wonder how much. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, and yeah, so that's basically it. some more blue in this. Coming down here, turns a little bit more bluish. And different colors and shadows. Just try to get the basics in. The shadow going there. The shadow is very blue because of course the wall is very orange. So the shadow becomes quite bluish, even a little bit, maybe a little bit Prussian blue even. Like this. That was too much, too strong, so I have to tone it down. Anyway, you have the gloss here. Then this thing comes higher. Is this gray thing that crosses over. Just see how far it goes. It goes all the way here actually. So there, the green grass, all blue shadows. Blue shadow down here. Blue shadow here. And all the way down here, there's also a gray thing there. Boom, maybe. Kaboom. And shadow. This. Shadow comes in. Actually, it's underneath there, so did this too high, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. I will use my mirror also to adjust it. It's very important. The mirror. Yeah. I do notice when I start to paint a lot that my brain is not totally okay still after all my pain and stuff, and for many years I get more easily exhausted, so I need to paint more, practice more, because that is what happens if you're not used to things as you that much as I used to be. It used to be very fluid, and right now it is basically a little bit more as a struggle. This was totally misplaced actually, so I'm just gonna move it over here. I mistook this one for being too long out. It's very easy to see mistakes like that, or to do mistakes like that. So just that. Move it all the way here, I think. We'll see what happens. That will go back and forth anyway, a few times probably before I'm pleased with it, so that is totally wrecking with that. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, approximately. I need to get this to be the right distance, so just gonna work around it a little bit. Just take stuff in. anyway, I'll just keep painting for a while, and yeah, that was like 16 minutes. Should do for now, and I will paint for a while and then take another segment. Yay! Okay, starting to fill in here, and I want to show you, because first as you know, I'm using the shadow of the canvas color as shadow. Now I'm starting to fill in more darkness, and this is how it works. Now I will start to move like in different directions as I go along. Right now I just fill it in and get it approximately right, like this, and up there it is a little bit more bright. Try to get some kind of stone feeling later. Of course it is the background, and that will actually, the thing is that when I build here, it kind of pulls this out and pushes that in. So that's how light and paint works. And I can do like this and this different ways, because it's a kind of a plaster wall. The only thing that is a good thing for me now is, since they have painted this over all the stones, there will be less stone to paint, and of course it makes it a little bit easier. Okay, here, so some thick colors. A bit more darker down here with some shadows and stuff. And window will be difficult, different things will be a little bit more difficult than others, but all in all I think it's going to be fine. I'm using that, there's a color, it's called Brilliant Gel Light, and it's the other one is Naples Yellow Dunker or something like that, I don't remember. Yeah, Naples Gel Rodish Extra, that's the one. Yeah. So that is the base I put in here now. I basically have mixed some blue into them, like you see down here, to get it to come alive. But that's the basis I'm using in this painting, or this, to build the light or the thick colors. Of course, it's Old Holland paint, which has this beautiful thickness, as you can see here. It's a really clay-like color. I really love it. It's just so nice to work with. So many cool shadows here I'm going to do. You know, the thickest layers will be up here. So when it's light down here, I have to keep it a little bit more down, not go that far off. You have to not just think, not just physical, not just light and dark, but physical thickness of the different tones. Physical, oui, oui. Song I will put in, well, maybe I should, no, I can do that in a segment. Song. Do the more green down here. The green grass, yeah. Just pour it in, get it in there, so I have something to work with. You know, this is all about looking into the future, kind of knowing that what I'm going to do next. I couldn't work like this if I didn't know where to go. You can't just pour in a lot of color and hope for the best. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's still running. How it sounds. There's the grave in front here. Oh, it's actually this one that makes sound. If you don't let the things have some address, you will be lost if you don't know where to go. Yeah, just pour it in, finish it, so I know where I'm going to go. I think I need a box of mackerel and a couple of eggs for my brain. That is so important when you're going to rebuild after injury or something, depression. You really need to get the right nutrients, you need to get the right food. We're going to have a serious problem. So having some eggs, some fish, it's very smart. Anyway, I'm going to keep on painting and I'm going to show you some more later. There's also a grave here. This, this, this one is about here, away. Darker grave there. This is wrong, I need to go further this way. Yes, this was totally wrong. Actually, it's over here, at least. Which means that this one is over here. Somewhere. Yeah, that's good. This has to go through that anyway, so it's fine. Yeah. Approximately. Okay. Just do more in the next segment. Yay. Okay. Starting to get closer. I'm gonna work a little bit down here and call it. As you can see in this video, the shadow on the wall there are very blue in the camera. Of course, it has a blue tint in reality also. I'm just going to tone it down to another color, but it the camera enhances that a tenfold, I have a feeling. So it's not that blue in reality, and it's kind of pisses me off in a way, because it's not really what I'm after, is it? Okay. But anyway, you get an impression, I guess. So this one is a little bit longer there. Now, of course, there's some things going down here, so I just have to. It's a kind of old metal gravestone. Well, actually it's kind of with a fence around it. Quite pretty. They knew how to make graves. They don't make it like them anymore. Probably just as well, since it takes a lot of space. For no good reason, really. I mean, it's funny. Death comes to us all. Every single dead person on that graveyard had feelings and was alive just like me. I was actually discussing that with my father because we were at this graveyard of visiting my grandmother and grandfather, and you know, it's sad to know that these people are so alive. My grandfather died from cancer, stomach cancer. I remember it so clearly. And it was so sad. It's extremely sad. He was only 67 years old. Right after retirement, he had been working all his life. They were actually poor, very poor. Then he went to America to work. And he had his struggles too. And he even tried to make a plane. Bought himself a plane, but my grandmother wouldn't let him use it, so we had to sell it. My family is kind of probably a little bit over average eccentric, and so was my grandfather. And my other grandfather, the brother, actually my mother and father are cousins, so that's weird. So actually my grandfathers were brothers. It's a small place, so it wasn't that rare actually. But yeah, that's how it was. And now they're all dead. And in a way, observing, since I'm painting a graveyard, I'm getting into this, observing my own demise in a way, my own death, my own slow walk. You say they're walking the Green Mile in America and on death row. We are all walking this Green Mile. It's just we are walking it so slowly that we don't even notice. And we are living in this kind of, can we just say, eternal life delusion. And me and my father was actually talking about this because how calm it is when we are standing there looking at the graves, people we knew. They're laying there 6 feet under, probably not much left of them. And we can't really understand that someday we will be the same. There is some strange blockage, even me as an atheist and a realist, have some kind of strange block in my head that kind of refuses me to really grasp it. Because I think if you could actually grasp it, really grasp it, because I had episodes where I really kind of understood it in a way, and it hits my stomach like crazy, because it's almost like, well, you suddenly realize that you're on death row. and it can actually happen any day. I have friends who are young. One of them actually is laying in the same graveyard. Friend Runa, which died of a heart attack when he was 41. Great guy, miss him dearly, still. Shouldn't have died. He was the type of person who, mindset anyway, never would have gotten old. Like me, we don't go old, we just kind of linger on and then we cease to exist. But it's so strange. But me and my father was talking, it's impossible. Even my father, who is now 83 soon, he's at 82, I'm not really sure. Even he says it's impossible to, you see these graves, you see the parents lying there, you know, and still you can't grasp it, you can't really understand it. It's so strange. It's just weird. The whole life and death thing is just bizarre. In every regard, bizarre. And sad. Human beings are conscious beings. I don't remember who said it, but he said like this: I think it was actually David Sinclair who's doing a lot of research to the aging process. And even if you can stop the aging process, even then you will die sooner or later. So you won't survive the heat death of the universe, period. Actually, I cool animation about that because I was thinking about that for a few years ago, that even if you stop the aging process and you can live for basically until you statistically get killed in a car accident or something bad happens, even then you can't survive the heat death of the universe. And what if you could? As they did in that animation. What if you could? When the universe turns into basically photons, I think it is, or subatomic particles, and the universe turns into minus 270 something degrees, and everything will just stand still forever within this universe, and it will be like that for an unbelievable amount of time before quantum physics restarts another universe. So what are you going to do? You're going to hang around in the non-space, because when you take out the universe and the universe dissolve and there's no gravity, that will actually happen. It will happen. You can't really do anything about that. You're going to hang around for trillions of years, not billions, but trillions of years, waiting for the universe to pop up, and then it has to create create planets and stuff, and stars, and first stars and then planets. First the first stars and then creation of elements and in the exploding stars and stuff, and then the debris becomes planets, and then you get chemistry, and then you get living organisms, and then you get all these things piling on. So it is such amount of time. It is, there's probably a multiverse, an infinite multiverse that only just exists. Existence exists, as the late Krzysztof Nasiolowski did say to me, my sculpture teacher, the guy who taught me for the first time, actually made me realize the difference between objective truth and subjective opinion, and taught me to become humble and understand that I didn't know everything. I was kind of a narcissist for a while there. Always right, no matter what. I cringe. Sometimes I just cringe thinking about all the stupid things I said while I thought I was smart. Like the philosophy of Jung is bullshit because he was a little bit religious. Philosophy is unnecessary, science is the only thing that matters. I mean, Marcus Aurelius, irrelevant. Seneca, irrelevant. Epicurus, irrelevant. Give me a break. Do you know who made me say that stupid thing? Lawrence Krauss, the physicist. So I just repeated what he said like a kakadu. And today is just embarrassing because philosophy, the art of thinking, the art of thought, the art of self-improvement is probably one of the things I love the most. And Stoicism, I love the most, despite from of course science and art stuff, you know. So yeah. So strange how sure I was. And it's not that many years ago. And I cringe today when I think about me saying stuff like that. Seriously cringe. And I was arguing so much with a friend of mine who went to philosophy on his school. Philosophy is just bullshit, you know, bullshit. Science is the only thing that matters. Now, science, philosophy without science is of course quite blind, as they say, but also science without philosophy is also quite lame. So you have to have both. You have to have the beauty of both of these things. And when you do, you realize how incredibly beautiful thinking is and everything. So yeah, I've been arrogant and strident, and lack of humility was basically narcissistic in many ways. It's a very good thing to realize that, you know. It's incredible to understand this. And I had to go through pretty amount of stuff until I realized it, till I saw it. It's like I really had to fall, become in love and experience a loss to understand how the girls I had in my life that loved me and I couldn't give them back what I would have liked to actually, but driving them crazy because I kind of pulled them in with one hand and pushed them away with the other. A thing that I always warn girls against now. It is like this: if a man tells you that he's not ready for a relationship, but he doesn't let you go, and he doesn't just quit, it is, what he's saying is just, I'm not in love with you, and I never will be, but I think it's convenient to have sex with you. That is what he's saying, and that is what he's meaning. So the guy who says the opposite is actually lying. He just cops up. I have a mistress that I really like. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Well, she's a friend also, mistress. We sometimes we have sex. But the point is that at least I haven't told her I'm not ready for a relationship. I have just told her flat out, I'm not that deeply in love with you, and I never will be. Probably. When you fool around with a person you like for a long time, you actually start to kind of love them, despite that you maybe not are in love with them. And it becomes a problem for both, because I'm keeping her away from others in a way, some strange way. She's free to do whatever she likes, of course, and I told her, if you find somebody, I will be happy for you. But yeah, but lying and saying, oh, I'm not really sure, I love you, but I'm not ready for it. No, that's fucking bullshit. If a man tells you that, he's lying. A man knows what he wants. He knows if he is in love, and if you're in love, you don't have a choice. And that is the only thing that will bring me into a relationship. It is when I don't have a choice. Because if I can choose, I choose my freedom. I don't even need a relationship. I don't crave a relationship. I'm content with dying alone. But if I should fall in love, that would actually just drag me into it, screaming, whether I want or not. And I experienced that in 2012, falling in love deeply, deeply. So deeply that I have never forgotten. And actually felt like death when I realized it wasn't going my way. But anyway, but I knew. I would have made a ladder to the moon to meet her when I was in love. Bloody ladder to the moon. I've climbed to the moon. That is how intense it is when you're deeply in love. Do anything. And even me, who are relatively intelligent, couldn't hold back because we're just drowning in feelings. I don't know why I came into this now, but I don't think the thing with death and life, well, it was just a rant. Every video has its own rant, huh? Anyway, when I look at my father's getting older, And of course they're not going to last forever. It is really sad, you know, it's kind of... It just hit me when I was starting to paint this grave. That someday they will be gone and I will be by myself, you know. I have a daughter, of course, which I love. She's leading her own life. I can't lean on her. As I always said, I will celebrate Christmas until my parents are gone. And maybe I will make the dinner my mother is making. And celebrate them. So yeah, hopefully I do that. So yeah. Okay. Just a rough thing, this. Maybe it was interesting what I was talking about now. Life and death, what matters. Memento mori, amor fati. Memento mori, cease to remember you will die. And amor fati means embrace or accept your faith. It's just in the light of my certain demise, which is certain, shouldn't really matter. It shouldn't really matter when. But it's so difficult, you know. It's so difficult to understand. I remember the sculpture teacher who sadly died of cancer. One or a few people that I actually would like to talk to about art again. I found out that he was dead from a friend of mine a woman I went to art school with. I didn't even know. Yeah, I remember I was a little bit religious still, and I was arguing that there has to be a life after death or life is meaningless. Therefore, there has to be a life after death. That was my argumentation. And he just looked at me with his deep brown, probably Jewish eyes. He came from Poland. And he just said, existence exists, period. It was just so clean. It was just a clean sweep. Existence, why? Stop here. Existence exists, period. It is a causeless existence. It is caused by the fact that there is a universe and probably a multiverse, okay? And when you have that, you don't need a creator or a reason. Things just is. And that can be very heavy for people to understand, because it leaves everything pointless, except from the fact that to be able to live this life, to be able to exist the time I exist, I need to do something constructive so that I don't go around feeling like shit all the time. And that's where painting comes in. The more I paint, the less pain I have, emotionally and in any other way. So the way to face things is through creativity. Most people just try to distract themselves away from reality with sports and with bad entertainment and stuff like that. And they're kind of losing out the only life they have. But when you think about it, you can say, why not? I mean, wind up the same place anyway. No matter how much you think or how much you babble and struggle, you'll be dead soon anyway. This was a gloomy chapter. Anyway, I will let it dry for a while and then I will come back to it. Existentialism with Knut Andre Vikshåland. Yay! Have a good evening. Okay, another night, another painting. I'm gonna finish this. At first I will put on my Retouch Varnish. Retoucher. Then I will glaze. And then I will paint. I have no idea how long this will take. Consider probably 9 or 10 hours, if I'm not mistaken. See what happens. I just have to start digging, as I usually say. It's not that important up here really because it's so bright anyway. So I'll put it on so it becomes a little bit sticky when this dries a little bit. On. Okay, then I will let that dry for a little bit and then I will start painting. Put a glaze on first and then painting. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Then I put on my Retouch Varnish, as I said, with my Black and my French ultramarine, and I will do that because you can see the photo here is very yellow. It is a little bit not that yellow in reality. As I said before, it's always the it's usually the camera, the digital camera, you kind of exaggerate the colors a bit. It's nice to get this, it's quite yellow, but it also has some bluish in it. So it's like good to put in these reddish and bluish colors so I have a good start. Also it gets some oil into the canvas or into the paint, so I don't need to worry about it actually getting some medium into it. Also nice to see how the textures are popping out. Of course it's totally different. The shadows here are very bluish and reddish and different colors. So the difficult thing here is to get the shadows to become the right colors. Yay! Maybe a little bit too much, but too much is often a good thing. You can always remove. It's like being fat. You have a lot of potential when you are fat. You have a lot of energy to burn. And if I have too much red, I have a lot of red to remove and other paints to put in. While so now I'm going to remove a little bit here. It kind of gives it a, I don't know if you can even see it. Now it kind of penetrates into the paint, becomes a little bit sticky. And yeah, it's nice to work on. Remove a little bit of the oil and color with this painting spoon, as they call it in Norway. Maleskje. Maleskje. I don't know what the English name is. And I can remove. Also do it like this. I want to. Sounds more brutal than it is. See, so. Okay. Then I'm basically ready to start painting. Just need to set up a new palette and then I will go! Yes. Okay, here we are. Starting to paint. I should turn it a little bit like this. And I will just start right there. That's one of the brightest places, and it gives a good contrast. You see, very nice to have some particular place you just start, and I usually like to start in center, or if it is say that it is portrait, I start with the bright areas, or still life, I start with the bright areas. Always start, and you basically start in the middle somewhere and build from there. Now there are blue on this, so I will just pour in some of that yellow, and it pops out immediately because that's how it is. And I will keep it kind of light, so I keep some of the brushwork. This is all about, you know, when you work with this to get that stony plaster over painted feeling. I kind of need to apply different pressures on the canvas to create this effect. Here too, there's also very bright light down here. So, oops. And then I will work with the. Maybe I should hold it a little bit lower. I'll do that in the next segment. Here too, very bright over here. You just need to, and here is bright, here around this one. That creates a sculptural reality. So yeah. It's really fall. It was winter outside. It was raining today. Very windy. And it's kind of cold in here. In winter time it's almost like a fridge actually, so it becomes colder in here than it's outside. But in summertime you can actually get the opposite effect. So it's like it's not heated up normally. Here. You can hear the rain outside. I can actually turn off the oven. I have this fan oven just straight at me, but now we can hear the rain. I don't have any social media here. I just do my work and relax, and I'm going into this slow, what's called slow dopamine. A serene, beautiful feeling of calmness. The Rembrandt effect. You see how it just pops out? Oh, listen to that. That's a typical weather where I come from. In Viking land, there's a lot of rainy days. And you don't complain about the weather if you are from Karmøy in Norway, okay? You just don't. Or in Norway in general. Maybe in Oslo in summertime where I live. If there's not a good summer, you complain, but here it is so natural for there to be storms and rain that complain about the weather here, that is just ridiculous. You know, then you just have to move somewhere else. But I think it's kind of hardens you. And it's dripping from the roof. We're actually going to fix the roof now soon, just because it's dripping a little bit, and that's not good. It's never a good sign. Let's see. No worries. And on this side is more, there's a tree over there, and it's kind of bumps into the shadow from that tree, comes in from the side and creates a very nice shadow here in this one. So I'm just gonna see, I'm gonna build around that shadow. Now the good thing now with the glaze is that it's already bluish there, and when I now add in some more color, it kind of just mixes with that that blue and red. So I get kind of some mixing of colors for free. Have some more yellow. Yellow and violet in unison, or blue, yellow, orange, and it kind of starts to come alive. Alive, it's alive. Oops, so mistake by me. Okay, this one goes actually all the way down here. Now see this kind of just gives a very nice plaster wall type of effect. They have painted over a lot of beautiful stones. So I kind of like the stones better, but you know, that's me. But that is the point. I need to kind of get the impression of a kind of living surface that lives kind of in underneath there is stones, and that is the thing I'm looking for. So that's why I will crisscross different directions in brushwork and try to kind of emulate some of the stony structure that is underneath the paint. Or a calc. It's kind of, I think maybe it's kind of calc. What is it called in English? Calc? I don't know the word for it. I can't know everything, you know. I can't know everything all the time. No. But I can try. It has to be kind of chaotic without actually being chaotic. So it's a challenge. Probably adjust this a few times before I'm done. So this stone, I need to give it some stony feeling, and then I will work this direction. I will actually work this way. Some people will actually start dragging down, but the best thing to differentiate this from this is to drag it this way in general. Of course you can also do other directions, but that is kind of what I will do. I'll also make me dissolve the lines between there and there, which is really important to get a... I will keep the line, but I will also dissolve it on a micro level. It will be dissolved, so you won't really find exactly where the line is crossing over to the background, and that is how you create a very living surface. If you just make a line, it won't be alive. It won't have that sense of reality to it. Your brain will just say, no, this is too hard, you know, it's not real. And down here is very, very hard line. That can be there. If I dissolve this can be more kind of harder. Yeah. I got a message from someone. So I guess I have some social media here after all. Don't I? Shame on me. Well, it's not social media. I don't actually. It's nice to not. I have been doing the mistake of multitasking too much, and I need to stop doing that and get some better control over the use of time. If I'm gonna post things on social media, I should do that and then get done with it, and then don't do any more of that day. Social media should be used to one thing, maybe messages, some friends and stuff, but in general you should just use it to promote your art. That is my opinion. Promote my art. Yeah, okay. I'll just keep banging on and see you later, alligator. Okay. Okay, progress of a kind. Just keep up the molding. And don't really need glasses today. That's always a good sign. Sign I'm doing something right. Let's see. Getting some more reddish into this. So it is not that blue in reality, just as you know. It's more muffled in that regard. Yeah. You see here, there's so many things happening in the shadows. It's really kind of exciting actually. This one goes here. And there's some going in here. Actually, can cut some writing like this. And that was wrong. Totally wrong. I need to get the shadow to become a part of the wall, not a part of the wall, but actually that it looks like it's hitting the wall. It's not. So I cross over like this, and then there are many ways to do. You can actually paint the whole thing, and then you can glaze it on top of the textures. That is one way to do it. I guess I heard that is how Rembrandt created a shadow in the Night Watch. That he actually basically made the dress or build all the textures first, and then it just glazed kind of over the shadow. And that is actually what happens in reality. The textures are already there, and when the shadow hits the wall, it basically just lays on top of the textures as a glaze. So you might say that the shadow is a glaze over already, a glaze of lack of light over something that is already there. So, but you can also kind of crisscross and make the shadow kind of come alive in crisscrossing the brushwork in different. I hold the brush in different strength, so actually it feels like I'm actually putting the shadow on top of something that is already underneath there. So I get some of the same effect. And you can do both. So that when you have painted in the shadow, you can basically glaze on top of that again and strengthen the shadow. You can also work around it like I'm doing here, that you actually build more light around it, and for that this the bright area will come a little bit more out and create an illusion of a stronger shadow. So there are many ways you can actually do it, or not many, but there are certain ways you can do it. I see people who haven't learned to paint properly yet. They tend to just paint the shadow as if it is an object in the painting. That is not something that kind of hits something that is like a wall or something. So they just paint it kind of smack on top with the wrong colors or stuff, and it becomes looking very fake, and it doesn't look natural. And as you go along and you paint, you actually evolve some kind of sense of that, what feels real or not, because you know, in my head I have this, I know how shadows work in reality, or things work in reality, and as you learn to observe things, you also start to see more how the world around you actually work, and you apply that to your painting. Yeah. So that's shadow lesson by me. See, I'm kind of trying to hold the brush in different strength, so it kind of get different directions. Of course, it's very important. You don't want it to be too chaotic. If it becomes too chaotic, it will also look fake, because a shadow is very it's not chaotic in the way it hits stuff. So you don't want too much noise. You have to remove just enough noise, just enough chaos to make it feel natural, without making it feel basically too stringent or too stiff. So you want that sweet spot, and that is something that evolves over time. So yeah, maybe I could zoom a little bit so you can see better what I'm doing. If I do like this, maybe see what I'm. You see how blue this is? That shadow is not that blue. It's actually deeper. But here the shadow now, because I put this around, it actually seems like a hole, and I now have to bring that shadow back up again. And I do that just by doing like this, painting over it, and I will then just push it down again and back up again and down again, as many times needed to get this shadow to start feeling more natural. How the camera reacted to that? Yeah, it was actually better, because it is deep, but it's not that deep. So. And I'm not mixing in much oil here, because I also had that oil on the canvas in the first place with a glaze, so that oil is now already on the surface, and it kind of mixes in. It's almost also a little bit sticky right now because of that. So the paint actually sticks better to the surface. Right now it actually looks like something that hits something that is on top, or it actually doesn't feel integrated into the background yet, but that is exactly what I'm working on right now, to integrate this shadow so that it feels Right, feels natural. Also drag kind of this over, and then I increase the strength of the shadow, because right here it is quite hard shadow, dark, but despite that you have to make it feel real, so it's kind of difficult. This and I need some more reddish here, and maybe greenish. Kind of green actually, so I will use the very different colors. It's the Prussian blue, and you have some reddish, and you have some violet, and there are all kinds of neons in the shadow here, and it's not clean cut, just one color in any way. This shadow looks like kind of a dragon or bird or something, so it's going to be quite fun to work that one in. Hope the oven there doesn't make too much noise. Maybe I should turn it off. So, now maybe you hear me better, hopefully. And this one, it's two different. You have one shadow coming from the trees, and then you have this shadow coming from this one. And this shadow is stronger than the shadows from the trees because the trees are longer away. And so it's many things like that you have to consider. So I have to kind of create a shadow on top of a shadow. One shadow has a little bit different hue than the other shadow. I think this shadow here and this one has to be a little bit stronger, and to fix that I can actually add in some more of this. And this one is not that strong. steal a little bit from there. It reminds me a little bit of Donald Duck, actually. That was typical, you know, seeing the shadow of in the old movies, Donald Duck movies, where kind of his shadow is creating his own life, is doing his own thing. I think it was Donald Duck, if I'm not totally wrong. I really do love the old Disney drawing movies, and really great, you know. Disney is just a shadow of what it used to be when it comes to the beautiful aesthetics. They don't make stuff like that anymore. The last, I think it was. I don't even think it was Disney. There's a cartoon called The Secret of Nim, which is a beautiful cartoon, and it's a real cartoon. It's about a bunch of mice and stuff, and it's really beautiful. Secret of Nim. And it's one of the last real animated movie I've seen that had done the old technique of creating cartoons. It's a shame they don't do that anymore, but it's so expensive. They have to draw every drawing, and they have to draw every motion over and over and over again. And of course it is a grueling process, but that is also why it became so natural and beautiful. So it's a shame that nobody is doing that anymore. Always, the storylines they create today are just, you know, ugh. How many times can you make the Transformers movie in the same plot over and over and over again, and people actually watching that shit? Why do people watch it? What is it? Don't they see? The problem is the public. You give short buzz to the public and they kind of start watching it, and the industry just say, we can make money in an easy way, we don't have to put any effort in because the computers are doing it for us, and we don't need a storyline because we just make some big bangs, and there is enough idiots watching this to secure the economic part of it. So sad. I think it's a Hollywood suffers from a general low intelligence in the general population, or low sense of aesthetics and storytelling. And I just stopped watching movies because it's usually so bad, especially those kinds of movies. However, I actually like Deadpool because it's funny, you know, it's a lot of irony and stuff. It's actually a good storyline. Okay, does this seem like it hits the wall, or does it just seem like it is a part of the wall? That is the question. To be or not to be is the question. a shadow down here, going out there. There's a thin one coming here, that should follow. It goes all the way here. And there's a third shadow. It's this one, which is in a, basically in a more reddish, and so it's probably a tree or something that is further away from that tree. And so you have kind of a third, fourth shadow in the same picture. And that was one of the things that I noticed when I was taking the photos to do this, and basically also why I paint it, because of the shadow. It's not about this, you know, it is all about the shadows in this painting and this photo, because it is the shadows who are actually making the whole thing work. Because if not, it would just be a flat wall with some Bauta and a window. These shadows just makes it so much more interesting. My mother actually loved this, and I was joking with her and saying that it's probably because the Bauta looks like a dick. And we were laughing, and my father was laughing, but I think it's quite funny. She was so in love with this painting, with this motif. And it's a good litmus test. When my mother likes a painting or a motif, it's usually onto something. She has a very good sense of aesthetics. My mummy, my beloved mummy, and here too is very dark. Use a medium now. I think I feel it's getting a little bit more sticky. Just push it down here. Donald Duck. Donald! Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you get the point. So just we'll keep on painting, and yeah, okay. Bye bye. Yay, I'm gonna work higher up now with the upper part, I thought. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And maybe I'll zoom in a little bit more later. First I'm going to just start to add in some. I notice I tend to, now it is brighter. They are more the same in reality than in the film, but I do tend to paint this brighter than it is, and I think it has to do with me believing, since it's sunlight, my brain basically believes that it is brighter, which it probably is in reality, because after all it is sunlight and it's basically the brightest you can get. But I should try to tone it down a little bit more, and also add in more yellow, I can see, because the low light is a little bit more yellow. Oops. So it should actually be more, but I don't want it to be too yellow. It's like tend to become way too yellow. And really not my thing. Anyway, I'm going to work up here. Here it definitely is a little bit more yellow. I definitely will paint it more yellow. More toned down. So okay, I want this to be kind of a little bit more glowing sunlight coming in here, and yeah, almost these things. You know how everything always takes a little bit more time than you originally think. It's very typical. Okay. See now, this one goes in like this. It's darker. Like this. Now you see I'm dragging this now. And I will enhance it a little bit again. Now it kind of feels like this is higher than this because of the directions and the way I'm using the brushes. And yes. Then all the way down here. The whole thing is just toning and toning and toning and trying to find the right hue and the right thing. This one goes a little bit more out. It's more toned. Almost slide into one another. There, but it's a little bit tiny difference. I just go first, I go down to kind of get these two apart. I can go this way, and I went down now to create a little tiny difference between the two. Add in a little bit more light there. And try to find that sweet spot. I also wanted to basically come as close to how that stone or Bauta is in reality. So the sunlight is also hitting that, so it has to be warmer, but not too warm, because that will actually work against it. So yeah. Better, I think. I can't get over that priests actually went up there and chopped up pieces of this so it wouldn't fall into the church, so that Judgment Day could start. So funny. I mean, that was the idea, as I said before, about Christianity, was to get to Judgment Day, and for where the sheep would go to, or the lamb would go to heaven, and the wolf go to hell, or the goats, sheep and the goats, sheep and the wolves. Anyway, people have strange ideas. See now, a little bit warmer. And there's a cold shadow. Goes all the way here. Okay. Window. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. See now. Yeah. You see my point? My point? Now it kind of starts to look more and more like a shadow. There are some things here, some steel stuff coming out of the church wall, right up basically here. Now it's like there. Some metal thing. There's one here, I think. The distance is correct. Approximately here, yeah. And there's one over here. I will mold that a little bit better later. doesn't get that low. It's the wrong color for some reason. It goes up there, right over like this, and this one also over and over. And it's actually made of steel, so it has some reddish in it. And that's this thing there. And that also has a shadow. Quite cool actually. That goes out like this. And down like this. And out. No, not out there, it goes like this, underneath. Quite nice detail that gives it kind of some extra, so it's not just a empty wall, it is something actually happening in that wall also, which can be very nice indeed. Same here. Kind of goes this. It's like a metal bolt, you know, or metal, kind of metal, I don't know. Almost seemed like somebody had bent a big spike or something. This shadow on this side goes kind of out a little bit more. Down and underneath and out. Metal rust. Same there. Rust. A little bit of red. Hard to see that red, but it's there. So it kind of gives this more natural rusty feeling. It's really cool. Maybe they were a little bit too big. Well, kind of. I'm gonna go out of the frame anyway. So, yeah. That gave it became a little bit more holistic. Yeah. So I will just continue and see. So there we are again. Of course I did see I've done more work here now. Guess this is basically finished, and I painted in this, which was nice. Just one problem, this one has to be here, and that is because I didn't see it compared to this one, and the line goes up there, so I just have to move it, and that is annoying, of course, because it's extra work, but it's not a big deal. Just need to remove traces of these, and it shouldn't be too difficult, I hope. I also put in more of the yellow because I'm just gonna put on some really thick color in there. Just bam. So just color right on top like that. Erase it with color. That is a good thing with Old Holland. You can just and it sticks. So yeah. So okay. Almost okay. Yeah. So that actually also gives it a little bit more textures. Now it is like this, so it comes up about here, I would think. I was actually, when I was doing it the first time, I was thinking, okay, make sure you get it right, but then I didn't really check, and that is why I have to do it again. Yay. It's not a big deal though. Well, so fuck. So there. It's kind of a nail in a way. Then I will use some of my shadow. The shadow comes out like this, goes down. Usually a little bit up out like this. There. And it comes underneath here, like this, basically. Maybe a little bit red in it. But since this is very around it, it is very yellow, so it becomes then, yeah. So something like that. And I will put in some more red because it's a rusty kind of nail type of thing. Ink it up. You know, so why did I move it? Well, because it annoys me. It's much better to get it fairly right the first time. Now this was also a little bit wrong. Let's see now. So, and the shadow. There. Yeah. That's better. So, okay. That was more right, because now the distance between these are basically the same. Distance here are basically almost the same. So that is some symmetry. I mean, there was a little bit to that left to that way. It wasn't symmetric. And of course, things are usually symmetric in a church. So now I'm just gonna give it a little life here, and here. So, then I'm gonna move the whole thing down. I'm gonna do things that are down here for a couple of hours, probably 2 or 3, I don't know how long it will take. I'll just stand my ground until it's done, even if I have to do like yesterday when I stood with the painting until basically I was driving it directly to the exhibition wet. And yeah. Exhibition. Yes. Well, it can't all be 100% right, you know. I think, well, I wish. So that was a little bit thicker. Or was it? I don't think so. Anyway, some small discrepancies. I think it's just accept it. Okay. Just going to be behind the frame anyway. But there's It's nice to have it. Now, that was actually where I was going to be. So now I'll kind of go down here. And I will do this and more of the shadows. And yeah. Okay, proceed, as they say. I think it's turning out pretty well. Added in more of the yellow. Now it's not that blue in reality. It is my camera who is seeing it blue, so yeah, I just have to live with it. So do you. Even on the photo it's more blue, so that's just how it is. Okay. So here we are, and I do think I want to push this down a little bit with some yellow, and it has a little bit more texture in it. So, some yellow, reddish. The sunlight is basically a little bit more yellow, but it's not as yellow as it is there. So I have to find that middle ground somewhere to make it feel okay. So, maybe. Cross over a little bit, tamp it down. It's quite cool, the shadows. There's a spot there that is quite bright. A lot of yellow in it. Ah, that was red. No. Totally wrong. Yeah. Oh. Okay, here it's going to be a challenge. It's a lot of kind of cool stuff actually, but I will tamp it down a little bit. It's also not this white. It's more yellowish, more toned down. I may have given it a little bit too much light in the beginning, and just kind of hold it loose to tone it down a little bit and give it some more different colors, and rounds it up again a little bit, and see. here it has a little bit more yellowish. There. So give it a little bit more depth, and also here. So some cool shadows here, but I will deal with them later when I have done the other things. Okay, I think this one is a little bit higher or thinner. I think it's thinner, yeah, not higher. Then I saw this compared to that, and I saw, okay, it's not higher, it's thinner. If I made it higher, it would have been discrepancy between the distance from this to that one. So it could even be maybe, well, it's approximately right. Remember, I'm not using any projectors here, so it can't possibly be totally 100%. Toning things down a little bit. There's a very high light here and a shadow behind it. You have this one. So okay. My mother actually looked at it and said, you have to bring that dot there. And it's true, because it's very important for the painting. That little thing here kind of distinguish it from other things. It kind of brings it out. And yeah. Then there's a little light down here. So that's good. Has some texture in it. And yeah. See now. Down here. I don't know if that was wrong, right or wrong, but I think it was the right color. Yeah. And here I have some lights. Here. drag like this first, and then I add in some different colors on top of that. Get it back into the, give it some life, some stony feeling. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Here and there. And this one. There's a lot of stuff happening up there. So, maybe I will so. Shake it up a little bit. It's actually very dark in there. Also kind of shake it up. And here, this one is grass. There, probably an urn, looks like. Anyway, there's something there, I don't know what it is. There's a highlight on it. So, something like that. Okay. It's all the way up there. Or is it there? There's one there. We have these spikes there's one here, yeah. There's one there, okay. Spikes. There's one here. Go back to that afterwards. Just want to get in the grass and stuff. See now. This grass will be very difficult because it's just a deeper green without much red in it or much contrast. So yeah, just and so here, behind here, should we shake it up a little bit? Can we get some life into it? Then push it down again. Different directions. Here to just kind of mold these two together like this, so the line disappears. Basically need to do the same thing over here. You don't want too hard lines, that is for sure. Our brain actually kind of interpret it as very hard lines, but it isn't, so you just have to override that need, and yeah. So I kind of have to invent things as I go along, sometimes anyway. Okay, I think I need to raise it up a little bit. So I can zoom, so I'm going to do that. Yeah. So, zoomed in a little bit so you can see better. And yeah, we can work a little bit around here and see if I can get that thing to give a little more. Okay. There's a little grass here and stuff, so it's not easy to see it how it is. So my ears are ringing. Guess I'm a little bit stressed, but I haven't had this great, really been very good at stressing down, despite there is a lot of work to do, or been a lot of work I've been doing lately. Basically just turned off me on many levels and just work. And it works actually when you do that. You can't do this in general. The general way to work with art is to work incrementally every day over a long period of time. That is when the really good results will come. Of course, if I didn't do that either, I couldn't have the skill set or the stamina to do what I've been doing now for basically 2 weeks, which is only paint. And I haven't been exercising, I haven't been doing anything other than paint. So, but you can't do that over time because you're human, and I'm human, you're human, and we need a respite. We need to meet friends and have some fun, maybe even some sex once in a while. So just raise it up a little bit more. This is when you get into this deeper flow or whatever. Yeah. There's also a grave in front here. I got this, and then there's a grave that is in the dark, more likely here. And yeah. So It's very toned down, so I mustn't exaggerate. I guess I tend to want to have more action, more light and stuff, but it's not how it is, so don't go there. Hold back. Be a good boy. So also a little bit in the foreground. But it's all quite opaque, isn't it? It's nothing, no real detail. So there's some stripes of light here. There's one going like all the way of light. It just keeps on going, and it's kind of green, so just need to do it like this. You see how I move the pencil now? I just try to get an uneven surface. So here, good. Like this, yeah, that's better. And there's one here. That is how you create a living and breathing surface. Just holding it very light, touching. Yeah, as well, just holding it like this and boom. So I'm kind of laying the paint on top of the other paint without necessarily disturbing too much what's already on the canvas. So that is how you create that. And I need some more light there. It has to be kind of clean without being too clean. So I don't want it to look white, I want it to look like it's a color. Yeah. And there's some light here, there, here, there, and here. Okay, now I'm going to try to do what's in the middle here. It's going to be a challenge, I know, but that is what I'm going to do. Okay. The best thing is just to do like this, I think. Then basically add on top of these again. Okay. Yes. Uh-huh. Okay. Approximately. There's some spikes there, you know, these typical grave spikes to keep probably evil spirits out, because I could hardly think that this would keep grave robbers out. And there are no evil spirits, so at least not in any religious. It's a good question. A bad person, a person who really do bad things, are they evil or are they just sick? I think it's a very good question. And Genghis Khan killed like 40 million people at that time. Or was it 400 million? It was an enormous amount of people he killed. And why? Because of power? Because of sex? Because of the need for power? Just pure power hungry? It's absurd. It's just absurd, I think. Anyway, are they evil? Or are they sick? Sure as hell is not heroes. Okay. Yeah. So, no, I think maybe it's better to just go over it like this, and then take a thin brush and paint in this here, and this, and this, and here, and then go like 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. That is actually how it is. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then go in between and basically just go back and forth and add and subtract in that way. I think that's better strategy here. So, and so, and so. Now what I mean is, like, now I can actually just go in between, and I can kind of drag this down I can make this a little bit thicker. Okay. Then I think that is the way to do it. And this, like this. Yeah, I think that was the rational approach to it. Yeah, I will keep on doing that, and yeah, that is what I will do. If you see now, yeah, okay. Okay, last stitch. I think I have reached my potential in this, and I will just work a little bit around, kind of tweak things a little bit, and then I think this became quite well. It's very abstracted and stuff, but it's a way to solve many of the problems there, because too many details will basically just not work out very well, I think. The whole thing has to be a little bit impressionistic because of time and stuff, and yeah. Just try to push down a little bit around it, clean up a little bit. Now there's some shadows up here also, and these I will push them down a little bit because they are a little bit too so. And I will do over like this and push it down a little bit. Here. It's just an all over touch up thing, so I think this might be a little bit higher and then a little bit closer to this. Clean up a little bit, make things a little bit more rational in a way, and maybe a third more yellow. Warmer. Here too. Maybe not. Maybe even push it down. It's very hard to say actually. Like this. There are 3 layers of shadows. That one, a tree behind there, and then a tree far away. which creates this more subtle shadow here. And so it's not just one shadow, it is a few shadows on top of each other. That of course makes it even more difficult to get right. And they are very subtle. I'll try to get some more yellow in this. Warmer colors. Now this is so wet in wet, it will probably take weeks until it dries. So if somebody buys this painting on the exhibition, they are getting basically a wet painting on their wall. So, and it's gonna smell like wet paint for a while. But I guess we just have to live with it. There's also something here. Let's see, something coming in there. I don't know what that is, but it is there. So let's bring it on. And there's a square. All of that comes behind the frame probably anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. Okay. It's a funny shadow. The Donald Duck shadow. I call it the Donald Duck. It's kind of the type of shadow you don't even know if you're gonna paint in, because nobody will believe that it's actually there. So, but it is, so bring it on. I'll bring it in. Okay. Yeah, that's a better shadow. Maybe. Okay, kind of grabbing some blue and just kind of adding it on top just to get some textures and stuff. And see how I'm holding the brush, just very light, not to push or kill the things underneath. Okay, down here too it has to be way more yellow or warmer, like this. And then I just cross over the other way like this, and it kind of becomes a little bit more of a natural texture. This is why it would have been better for me to be able to have a couple of, at least one more go on it, because I couldn't let it just totally dry and then go over it. But then again, it is kind of a challenge to make it happen with the time I have, because it concentrates my mind. And I noticed that while I've been doing a lot of paintings lately for the last 2 or 3 weeks, I had to really focus my mind to be able to finish them, because I couldn't fail. And when you can't fail, you just have to focus. You have to do it in one go. There is no way around it. And that is basically a great challenge. A challenge I, in a way, appreciate. So yeah. And the release when you then are able to actually finish it is also profoundly great. You see, you get this. I start believing in myself, because sometimes I really doubt my own existence, because I can't seem to get started painting many days, and multitasking and distracted, and so to push myself like I have been doing now really has a good effect on self-image and the belief in that I'm actually still able to do hard things. And also when you then relax and you let your body restitute after a drive like that, you actually get way better also as a painter. So to push yourself is really a very good thing. Very good thing indeed. So yeah. Oh gods. So see what I can do up here. Some shadows here that I want to do something with. Just kind of push it down a little bit. That's the only thing I want to do here now. Just calm it down. And it's unclear where it actually begins and ends. So this one. Okay. I need to do it deeper, more blue. I'm just going to do a little piece of and a little bit of green here or something like that. And I take a step back and I kind of feel that this should be a little bit clearer. So the point is, do I up or down? Around. So yeah. What do you think? Was that good? I think this is good. Oy. See some more green in here. Maybe I should add some green just for the fun of it. So it's not that blue. Now there are some blue light coming in from one window here behind me, so it kind of makes it probably a little bit dud. More blue. More, yeah, more. But some places there are a little bit more deeper, and it's here because it's kind of closer to this one, and there's some green in there also and some red. Maybe something like that. These videos are getting long, and I don't expect people to actually see the whole thing, but it's also a way for me to capture my life and my time on this planet, and yeah, why not? And voila. Voila, voila. Little highlight there. See that? A little bit more warmer color. That warmer. A little yellow. Yellow. So also a little bit darker in there. Then there's a kind of a blue with kapslok and stuff, and I just do a little bit. And there's also green in there, so I just have to observe all the different colors. And the never-ending story. Da, da, da. Yes, that's how it is. Now I'm manic. I'm really manic now. I can't let it go now. Oh, I just can't let it go, sir. Oh. I get into this frenzy many times and I just stand here and I just go. More, I can fix it, more, I can make it better, I can make it better. Better. It's never enough. And voila. Okay. Now I think it became quite nice. I'm going to sign it and now I'm going to show it to you and then I will quit. Okay. see here. And yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple of more layers on this. I actually had it on an exhibition and I kind of finished it, but I felt that it was missing something, some substance, and I will actually go back to it. And now I put on the Retouch Varnish from Old Holm, so I can actually see the shadows. I also want to do a glaze over the whole thing, so at least parts of it, so that I get some more. Actually, I think I'm going to go for the more deeper reddish in the glaze, a little bit more red. I also see here that the shadows need to be more of this blue. It became a very nice griselle, but it didn't become finished. And I think it's very important to finish a painting properly and give it the oomph that it deserves. So that is what I'm going to do. This, and I don't have such a big pencil here. I just need to go over it like this. Okay. I want this to dry for a while. Then I'm going to put on some glaze. And then I will kind of scrape it down a little bit, and then we'll just start painting on it. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Okay. So we just have to dry for a while. I even signed it, but I'm going to probably paint over that. So now I'm going to just let it dry, and yeah, I think I need some more clothes. It's a little bit cold in here, so, and voila, time to paint. I'm gonna do a little bit of glazing, just maybe not. I'm not sure actually if I'm gonna glaze or not, because I kind of yeah, maybe a little bit. I'm gonna do a little bit. So I need my medium. And that is so. There's not much I'm gonna glaze. I'm just gonna add some reddish and some blue, and see if I can tone it down a little bit down here. Some more red in it, because I'm gonna way too red actually. So that was the kaplak. And like this, So it's a little bit more, let's say, get some texture into it. It's very smart. I should have had some more light actually. Maybe I should move it back a little bit later. Let's see what happens. It's kind of a nice thing. The reason I actually thought I had finished this, but now I'm kind of picking up again and start painting again because I see that I can do so much more with it. And it's not a good thing to when you see that, okay, this is too rough, it's not gonna live up to the expectations. I think it's best to do it again and stuff. So yeah, that's my opinion about that. Now I will do some, yeah, let's do. And because now I can actually tone it down a little bit and get some better tone. It was almost like when I exhibited it was more like a gazelle. It didn't have that subtleness in the painting. I made it quite fast, and I had so. I'm actually glad nobody bought it. It's hard to say as an artist that you actually didn't do a proper job. It's not often that happens with me. Usually I work through the whole thing and give it the oomph that it needs. So yeah. I think that thing is actually correct. My mother thought it wasn't correct. I'm pretty sure it is. But it's not really, it's quite difficult to know for sure. The best thing is to use a mirror and you just look at a painting and you look at a object you're painting at the same time, and usually you can actually see if they resemble each other. Now, just as you know, you see in the video, at least in the small screen on the camera, it seems like these blue, these shadows are way more blue than they are in real life. They are not as blue in real life, and that's quite annoying. This seems very blue. But it's not. It's kind of a deeper color in reality than you see in the photo. Just as you know, I just wanted to say that. And that can actually also be a problem, which I've been talking about before, that my camera is probably not the best camera for the use, for what I'm using it for. Now, what is the problem here with this painting is that I need to give it more depth, I need to give it more focused light and more shadows, tone it down here, build more light or build more light with more color, more sunlight, so we get that kind of sunlight feel to it. So I will try to do that. And let's see what happens. Yeah, that's more like the sunlight color. It's now a yellowish color. And over here I have the violets and different colors like that, so it's going to become quite nice. There's one too, actually. And I have to tone this more down, I think. But this has a different thickness. Thickness is very important when it comes to painting. Thickness of the paint. You basically build the painting with the thickness of the paints. So yeah. Funny, I've been kind of in a heartbreak now for a month or over a month, and suddenly I don't feel that much anymore. And the girl I was actually dating, she was being in a relationship with, was kind of a narcissist, so she treated me horribly, and she was not a good person. Actually, she had a very sweet side also, but that's the problem with borderline people, that you know, have this all these different personalities that collides, and yeah. I'm also going to build more here. Like this. Very nice. Sorry. Okay, I will just keep on banging on here and paint for a while. I need to get some more color, and then we'll just see what happens. I'm studying narcissism and personality disorders these days, and to understand why people act like they do. Actually, I think I used to be one when I was young. I used to be unfaithful, and I used to be very entitled, actually, I think. Yeah. So, but I don't think I'm that right now, actually. I think I'm better. But it's hard to tell, so you have to go deep into yourself and ask yourself these extremely important questions. Who the fuck am I, you know? Am I as good as I think I am? What is my motives? Why do I do what I do? It's very good questions. I mean, it's very important to be honest and try to be as honest as we can. And delve into oneself and see what we find. Yay! Okay. See you in the next segment. Okay, I've been doing a little bit of progress, I think. Not really sure, but let me see if I have the thing right here. Yes. Well, I think I've been doing some progress. I have actually changed the direction of where I stand to paint. I had some furniture here, and I just moved it on to the other side of the room because I figured out I have these windows behind here, and you can see them now, but when it comes daylight in, it kind of conflicts with my painting during the nights anyway, and this room became bigger, actually, or more space for painting and drawing and stuff, so that is why I'm the other way now. Despite that, I'm trying to find a way to build kind of light without I'm trying to build this plaster kind of concrete wall with the plaster over, and it has this yellow light also from the sun, low sun. It's an evening picture, so it has this warmth to it, and I missed that actually the first time I painted it, so I'm trying to add it now. I also need to add in all the violet parts and stuff to get some shadows kind of into the, because you can, in the original here, you can actually see some of the stone structure behind the paint or plaster, whatever it is. But it's quite hard to make it happen in the painting itself, so I think I'm just going to give it time and just build over time. So I probably won't be able to finish it this time when I'm here, but I will finish it the next time I'm back here this summer, and it's also warmer because it's a little bit cold now. It is the beginning of, I mean, what is it today? So May something, 20 something, I don't know if it's 26 or 25 or something like that. Check it out after this. So yeah, I just trying to find this nice hue, and that is what I do. So yeah. The more I cross over, the more complex the small textures, and then when I just keep painting, I start to pick up some small things in the wall, and slowly I start to give it more of that plaster kind of feel to it, and that's the goal here. Also have to kind of tone down the blue, because it's not actually as blue. I've said that many times. Also need to find some more color. Do that. Yeah. I think it's very important when you're going to paint a wall like that it actually comes alive, that you just don't cheat and lay one layer and call it a wall. I want the wall to be an actual wall. So, yeah, that's what I want. Also poured in some more pure yellow into it, so I get that sun feeling. It's also better light here, actually. So it's nice to have a barn. It's kind of cool place here to work. A little bit too much. Just tone it down with some violet and traplak. Serene, so tone it down. I want it to be clear, but I don't want it to be stiff, if you know what I mean. So I will try to, that's also a thing I will do now over time. I will try to make all these lines disappear in a way. But this is quite rough lines in the painting, in the photo. So it's not that I'm exaggerating it, but then again I can work more on giving actually what's happening behind the shadow. When you give that more wall feeling, you link it again. Now it's kind of just a hole, it's just a thing that disappears. But if I go in there and I start lifting it and give it some more textures inside that shadow, same thing as here, without actually putting on too much paint, I start getting some textures and structures that actually feels like there's life under the shadow. I think that is very important. I think that it's the same thing when the shadow hits some wall or something like it does here. It is the same, basically the same texture inside the shadow. It's just that there is a shadow upon it. That is why you shouldn't just make a shadow that kind of lays on top or doesn't have anything happening in it. Yeah, I guess you know what I mean. Rembrandt did it, like he painted everything and then he added, I've heard actually, he might even added the shadow in as a glaze over over textures and stuff, so to give it more actual light. Now that was actually the wrong color because it's more greenish, so then I have to push it down a little bit. Now I don't think you can actually see that in the camera, but yeah. Now it's quite cold in here actually, and I see it as a cold exposure. It strengthens my immune system and my resolve. I've been in a heartbreak situation for a while now, and I kind of try to use all the different tools I can to deal with it, and one of them is actually cold exposure, like cold showers. I do my breathing techniques, I do fasting to keep the weight down, not eat too much sugar, to dampen down inflammation. Everything to build and strengthen my body I'm doing. And you should do that, of course, all the time, because if you strengthen your body while everything is good, it will actually be there strong when you need it. So, yeah. That is why I do some cold exposure, and I basically eat 1 or 2 meals that is very close together a day, and that is after all my training and maybe 16 to 18 hours without food, and then I go in and have what I need, and it works like a charm actually, so that's good. I also have to go into therapy for some rejection issues and stuff. I think it's important to put a line to. I actually ask myself the question, do I have some narcissistic traits? Can I actually find some? And I do think maybe I've found some. What I have found, I'm pretty sure of, is some personality disorders that leaves me very vulnerable for rejection and stuff like that, and that basically comes from my childhood. Luckily it doesn't manifest into any grandiose thoughts about myself. I know I'm a good person. I'm not a narcissist for saying I'm a good person, because I know I'm a good person in an objective sense. What I do, how I treat people, my morals, and what I try to live by. So it's hard actually to be a moral person, because the old brain always wants you to do the wrong things. But I kind of know that I am not the kind of person who would hurt anyone, unless of course they attack me physically. So, yeah. This became way more difficult than I thought. I thought I was going to be able to finish this quite quickly, but as every painting for me, I never painted for money. I never painted for fame. Actually, when I go all the way back to the beginning of the 90s, I kind of maybe wanted to be a little bit famous and stuff, but as I progressed into painting and into what really matters, you know, the flow and the beauty of actually creating things in itself, it kind of evaporated. My motivation for fame or fortune just vanished, and now it's only about the work and the beauty of creating in life and everything. So it's kind of strange how things... I've never been a full-fledged narcissist when it comes to my art also, because I never actually thought that I was so much better than anyone else or whatever. I just try to do the best I can with the time I have in this strange blip of existence in a pointless universe. So yeah. The rain, always rain in my home Iceland, Karmøy in Norway. There's a lot of rain. Rain. Okay, well, you can film it in now. Just going to keep on painting, and I'll see you in the next segment. Okie dokie. So, the blue is too blue, and yellow is too yellow, and on the camera, but I'm going to put on a Retouching Varnish and some glaze, and I will do the last layers. Maybe try to tone down the whites and stuff. It is way too bright. The thing is that I look at this and my eyes are kind of fooled to believe that it is brighter. It's very typical. I'm trying to figure out what kind of colors it actually is. I think it's some kind of bluish reddish thing on top of the yellow, and then the yellow has to be toned down a little bit. So it's a lot of things at the same time. So yeah. It's weird in a way. It's kind of weird. that camera tend to interpret everything more blue. So maybe I should just put some reddish over it, just red right over it. So hopefully this is the last time I do this, and I will try to okay, yay. Has to dry for a little while, then I will put on the glaze, glaze. So, that dried for a little while, and now I will just go over it with some reddish and bluish glaze and see what happens here. Maybe I'll just start here, and so now it's more like a la Savrine, it gives it a little bit more depth and a little bit more, what shall I say, a little bit more potency maybe. The textures are kind of popping out and stuff, and yeah, it's a very good way to get more contrast and see the textures. I just wash over the whole thing, and then I scrape it down a little bit, so but this actually gives it that glow, and instead of painting in much of the glow, you can actually glaze it in like this, and you get more depth, and you, yeah, so it's a good way to do it. I like it, and yeah, it's kind of an easier way in many ways. And this was a little bit too much maybe, so I take some more oil and I water it out, spread it out. The thing with Retouching Varnish underneath this is that it actually kind of makes it a little bit sticky. So, and it also dried for a good while now, so I don't have that problem with. I'm also going to use some paper and take away some of it with some paper. I don't have the problem with it dissolving when I actually put on the glaze, the varnish. So. Mixing in all over the place. See, now I'm gonna use the, I don't have, where the hell would that go actually? And this is brutal, more brutal than usual, but it's what I have. So usually I have these that are less. And this is how you do it. You just then scrape some of the textures, some of the oil, take it away. Especially here, actually. I have a knife that is actually maybe better. A very old kitchen knife. Better. Now, the color now is kind of falling into all the cracks in the brushwork texture. So when I take away the top layer of the glaze, it kind of becomes more like a brick or stone wall with some plaster over it or some. Listen to the rain. Too much yellow and blue up there, a little bit too much up there. I'm just going to use some take away some of the blue, dip it in here. Yeah, I think that was better. There's still some it doesn't have to be 100% like this. You just have to have some of that same depth and feel to it. And I think actually that it kind of does. I also can actually wait until it dries and then I can start to kind of go in and slowly get even more light out of it. Kind of chaotic. Shouldn't be that chaotic. As you can see, it's quite brutal. Go over it a little bit here. Get some if I can make it melt. You see there are light areas all over the place. They're kind of stronger. You know, it's a low sun, and it kind of hits it quite hard actually. And the thing is to get that to come alive without actually losing the natural feeling, and that's difficult. It's not easy. I can actually make the color I mixed in now, I can make that mix into the new color I put on. Despite I removed a lot, I can actually make that happen. I will even out this shadow, make it more opaque. As you can see, now the colors are kind of merging with the colors in the glaze, and I think it kind of works quite fine. I'm trying to make it less chaotic, if you know. Yeah, now it actually looks like the shadow is hitting the wall. And then I can actually go in with a little bit more brighter here, and the spots that actually, because the shadows here come from a tree behind there, so yeah. So it's kind of branches that are hitting this stone wall, which is painted with some white paint or some white calc. Yes, I think it's called calc. Some white plaster type of paint. You see now it kind of dissolves, becomes a little bit more natural. I'm going over here with some white in it, and it feels like the wall is actually coming true. this actually works. Da, 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 da. I think this is better. What do you think? Anyway, I will keep on painting and I will, yeah, show you the result later. Okay, here we are. I have to turn it the other way around because the light over there was way too bright, and what I'm doing now is just kind of doing some of the last touch-up and details to get some more kind of oomph into it, or whatever you would call it. I'm just trying to get it to come a little, create some more contrast, some more textures, some more, yeah, basically just get it to come alive. So yeah. The lines here shouldn't be too clear, but they're also there, so it's quite hard to find the exact balance. Painting isn't easy. Okay. So, shall we see? Yes. I'm just thinking inside my head what to do. Figuring out what to do. What to do? It's kind of yellow. See if this works. Yeah, I think so. I have to see what's underneath the shadow. Like Jung and the shadow. Finding your shadow self. Jung und Nietzsche. Yes. Okay. kind of yellowish, and yeah. So I'm just trying to make it a little bit kind of warmer, a little bit more tranquil, whatever. That's the name of it. I don't have to copy it like 100%. But with I'm quite manic when it comes to getting stuff right, and I have a very high problem with actually dropping stuff until I feel it's really good. But I can't get everything in. At some point, you just have to say enough is enough. You see how I work with my brush now? I just kind of almost I try to kind of work in different directions. I may do like this, but I also drag it like this to kind of even out the line. I want the lines to be very blurry, and here there are lines, of course, and they are not really that blurry, but I'm trying to make them a little bit opaque or blurry anyway. Blurry and sharp at the same time, and that is not an easy task. That is the thing that makes Varnish so beautiful, is blurry lines.
also work with the grass down here, try to get it more, kind of get some more texture into it. Way too blue. Way too blue. I think hard to tell really. Maybe I should put in some umber to tone it down. Yeah, I think that's better. You don't want any squeaky colors coming kind of out of the painting. Or at least expect it. Here too, there are darker here. So here I'm just kind of placing the color on top as a texture, and I'm trying to keep the grip on the brush quite light so I don't kind of push the colors kind of too deep into it. Here we go again. No, like this. Yeah, that's good. Gives it a little bit more oomph. Oomph. Yeah. Yeah. The strange thing is that these are almost the same hue. Yeah, it's okay. Get a little bit more, tiny bit more. Ah. That was a little bit more kind of rock color, I think. Anyway, I can't film everything, so I'm going to stop now. But it's starting to get more 3D effect. So we'll just continue and so a few hours later, I'm still trying to figure this out, and I saw I have lost some potency here, so I probably put on a little bit too much white or something, or removed a little bit too much. It's very hard to say what happens when that happens, but I will try to kind of walk back to cat, as we say, and figure it out. Yes. So just kind of push it down a little bit, get some more contrast, a little bit more, and yeah. At this point it's quite difficult to know what's too much into, so yeah. Yep. Ah. It's really hard to know actually where it stops and where it begins. Oh, okay. Whew. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So. So strange. A little bit different actually. See now. I want to get it right. This isn't right. Okay, like this. And yeah. Kind of details like that I should just leave, but it's hard for me to do that. So maybe that's a little bit better. Maybe this goes more up there. So that looks more like a shadow. Quite cool actually. And yeah. Like this. And like that. And like this. Always keep growing. That's the problem. Always that these more details appear. I start to get manic, and then I just keep on basically banging on, and it never ends in many ways. It's like, yeah. Always something new to be seen, to be done. Yes. So, that's cool. It's a cool shadow. Shadow, yeah. It's cool. Okay. Time's it. 5:30 in the morning. Time to call it a day, I think. Okay. I'm getting very silent now, as you may see. Yeah, I think I have to quit today. And come back to this tomorrow. And see where it goes. Yeah. Well, kind of looks like a stone. So yeah. Okay. So, I am doing the absolute last touch-up on this. Now, I've been trying to get the colors to be more attuned with the real colors, but it don't seem to pan out. So I just have to bear with the camera. It's not actually showing my colors correctly, I'm sad to say, but that's how it is. See here. So mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just kind of get it to become a little bit more natural. That's the goal, basically. That. So, a little bit sharper than this. So it gets that stone feeling. Feel to it. Put in some green into the dark, so it kind of looks a little bit more like the foreground. Without the green taking over, just keep it down there. And rough it up a little bit. That's a good thing. Yeah. It's always these never-ending stories. I could paint on a painting for days on end. Doesn't really ever get finished.
I think that stone became quite nice, quite realistic, and I don't know what more I can actually do here without it getting total overkill. Or something, I guess. So just put in some impressionist details. Yes. See now from the distance. Yeah, I think this is it. Basically, it's more 3D, and yeah, I think it works now. I think that was a last short blip. So now I'm going to show you. Okay, my fellow Earthlings, here is the finished painting, and I'm going to go closer and show you the textures and stuff, and this is how it came out. Now I do have problems getting the colors right in my camera. Actually see how it's done here. I'm building a lot of textures and a lot of thick colors to make these nuances happen, and yeah, see if I could maybe walk away a little bit so I get a better view on it. I can zoom in, and here you can actually see better how it's painted. I have real problems with the camera and my colors, because it tend to make the yellow way too yellow and the blue or way too blue for some reason. I have no idea why, but that is what it does, so I guess I just have to live with that. Anyway, thanks for watching. Remember, thumbs up, give a comment, and check out my Patreon, and I hope to see you. You'll find a link to Patreon in the description, so go there and check out my Patreon and sign up for $1 or $15 or whatever, and I will actually teach you how to paint. So, okay, with this, hope to see you there, and stay cool. And
voila, here we are, the end of the video, and here you can see some of the brushwork and some of the shadows and details up close. As you can see, it is actually painted more impressionistic than it actually seems. Many people tell me, oh, your paintings looks like photos, and of course I use photo in this to paint it, so of course it would look like a photo on the distance, but it's not, it's a painting. Yeah, and it's painting freehand without any other tools than my brain. Now if you want to support me, there's also a Buy Me a Coffee in description, so please go check it out, and I hope to see you in my next video.